I could mess around with that at some point. Now what we're going to do right now, we're going to open up our spell book. Where I was saving the book. Probably Avatar 1. Or products. Let's try products. Just waiting on Unity to open. We're also gonna try to set up Blender MCP today. That'd be good. Excuse me. Yeah, we could probably get a few products uploaded today. Waiting on Unity down here. Hope everyone's having a good morning. Where do we leave off with this? We got our Necromancer book, which was pretty fun to make. Probably move this over to Substance, unless I already did. Just the pages, which is interesting. Oh. Oh, this is the full high poly one. It's the low poly with baked textures, which looks pretty good. Perfect. All right. I was working on it here. Okay. So. Why do I have two open? Baking air. Okay, let's get the... damn, I already made all these textures, and they do look good. But I don't think it'd be take terribly long for me to recreate this. It's Substance. Maybe. So let's see, let's make a checklist here. And so we'll say update to substance. So exports to Unity. We need the page flipping mechanics. We also need once we set up the page flipping mechanics, then we need to create prefab. Then we need to Gumroad branding images. Unity package. Blender package. Blender source files. Package. Release. And promote. Okay. So general game plan. So let's start with that updating. So we're going to take our high poly book right here. And all we really need to do is select it. I need that. Select the collection. I'm going to set up an exporter with our, let's just do standard FBX, Substance Painter V2. We're going to export this to big. Okay. Well, yeah, it's right there. Except I don't think we need to export it because we do already have those files, but it'll be nice to set this up when we make changes. And it keeps a nice connection to where my files actually are. Sometimes it's super easy to lose track. So we got the cage here. And we'll go ahead and make a new collection for that. Book page. Boom. Substance. Oh. Ah. And that would be the hello, Kabar. Welcome. How's it going? All right, so now we got all the exports set up. Save that. Let's open Substance. Get to texturing. Redo our textures. Doing well, but a little bit tired. It's understandable. just the beginning of the week. I always find that that's the toughest part. Part of being an adult, we're always tired. Exactly. That's why I got my favorite monster. Been abusing those for a while now. Not the healthiest. Good morning, Ray. But keep me going. Interesting. UV layout there. Why would I want that? Oh, I see. This is the inside. Okay, so that is pretty much perfect. The only exception being this odd triangle right there. Let's do wireframe. Take a look at it. What is wrong with it? What the hell is wrong with it? It's this triangle? This triangle. Ah, because it's an N-gon? I don't know. Doesn't seem like it really should be breaking, but go ahead and export the collection. All right, that fixed it. Now we'll go mode, bake. Hello, Diggy. Welcome. Welcome, everyone. Good morning. Oh, excuse me. Thank you. It's an older project we're going back and updating and trying to get out to the world. Looks like the normals here are inverted or broken in some way, but overall it looks pretty good. You know, upcoming an anime girl with VTuber and nice and voice changer AI. Hey, gotta go where the money is. Got to go where the money is. Beautiful. Back to here. Let's look at our high poly. Interesting. Why is this broken right here? Substance Painter, can you adjust the blend shapes to paint on things in the applied shape? Not you can't adjust blend shapes within Blender, but you could always export your model with that blend shape dialed up. So you would just turn up the blend shape in Blender and export, and you'd have your deformed version. lines intersecting. Ah, it's because the cage did not displace correctly. There we go. I'll be right back. My cat's not climbing all over me right now. Okay, look at this beautiful book. I think it came out pretty darn well. I'm gonna do some updates on like kind of the inside, like paneling or something, but other than that, it's looking awesome. I don't know if you see the face here. Pretty proud of that one. Kind of fucked up, but in a fun way. Interesting. Got a lot of little jagged pieces right there. Why that is. Should be a bit cleaner than that. Do the middle. Grab that right there. Middle, turn that up. Color. A little bit darker. Something right there. Okay. Do kind of the base wood or cover. Like that. Or actually, I guess that'll be, yeah, just like this. Let's remove the mask. Yeah. Kind of surprised on our color selection. There we go. Pop. Get that, and then maybe I can adjust the tolerance on the metal to fill that out a little nicer. Okay, not as bad. Good morning, Reyes. Hello. I am back. Welcome, welcome. I have returned. Thank you. Thank you. Been a while. I just took a long break. Unexpected, but needed, I suppose. Breaks are good. Yeah. Yeah. Needed. How you been doing? Looking sort of like a Necronomicon. That's kind of the goal for now. Is I made a Spellbook asset that's quite popular on my Gumroad, so I'm kind of hoping to do an updated version that people might be interested in buying, and you'll be able to like open it, do like some sort of spell thing. Uh, Probably not summon a skeleton of any kind, but you would be able to wave your hands around and do some magic and stuff. Thank you. Thank you. Interesting. It's kind of hard to get the stitching doesn't have a color on the ID map. So that's going to make it pretty hard to select. So let's update our high poly here. And give it color. Do something like, sure it's a new color. And it really doesn't matter what it is. It's purely to select it. So do something a little crazy. And we'll only update our bake on the ID. Oh, okay. I should have updated it. Baking failed. Excuse me. See log for details. Where's the log? Baking log. Log. Mesh could not be loaded. What would that be? There we go. Now it's definitely exporting. Could do a skeleton follower with final IK or something. Maybe we'll make that like a separate product. Did you export the FBX after you changed the stitching color? I thought I did, but it looks like it busted. I usually try to set up all my exports based on collections. Super useful. So useful. Wow, that is bright. What? All right. Now we got the stitching isolated. We'll add a filter anti-alias. See if we can change that tolerance to a little bit of blur. Okay, that looks good. And we'll make them dark. I kind of like that they're glossy. It makes it look more like fishing line though, rather than thread. Maybe metal. Got metal wire. That's kind of messed up. All right, I like that. That's kind of fucked up. I actually found a tool on Booth. It lets you drop your avatar in and a second avatar and turns a second one into a follower. Oh, very, very cool. Do you know? Actually, yeah. Let me see. Booth VR chat follower. Let's see what we get. NPC pet. Simple NPC pet. Very cool. Fascinating. I'm gonna bookmark that one. All right, let's add an anchor point up top, and then in our templates, we do have a I sub bevel. So we have our stitching mask up top, and then here we've got dish. Go to our fill and select that anchor point. So now we bevel. We get kind of a fall off. You don't need a lot. There. But what we'll do with it is we'll darken it. We'll make the stitching pop. So kind of push it in. We'll make them look like they're pressing into it a little bit more. There are two. One is a 1200, the other is 2000. I use the 1200 one, but the more expensive one supposedly lets you remote control the follower. That is super interesting. And I just hit my foot. That really hurt. Gives me a lot of ideas. Happy to show you sometime on VR chat. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. I'm actually thinking that today I might spend some time making an avatar that's basically like a walking advertisement for that character I made, and I might go just sit in VR for a while. So I tried to do that in the past, and I think I'm gonna come back to doing that because it's kind of fun to like hang out in VR while working. There's some fun to be had there. Fill, do a noise. In the noise, do a little bit of height. It's crunchy. Crunchy. Guys, thanks. Do you guys like the? I'm proud of this little guy. It's fucked up. I like that. Dun, dun, dun. All right. For the metal, let's also do a grunge. Grunge. Here we'll add a fill. Some sort of noise. I think clouds would be good. And we can just use that to darken and add some roughness variation and probably some height variation too. And we can just tile it a few times to get extra crunch. We're doing pretty good. Feel a little bit too much tiling. Out there. And then let's drop our favorites, curve AO at the very top, which should give us some nice shadowing stuff. So if I open this, go to curvature, let's turn it up, make it really visible. Adjust it. Edges, cavities. Yeah, I like that. Definitely for the skin. Makes all the wrinkles pop. Gross. I love it. I love it so much. Do a little bit of height. Hopefully that doesn't mess me up later, but has the potential to. Let's go back to Blender really quick. So each of these pieces is pretty similar in color, but if we went ahead, just made a slight variation, like so, made them slightly multicolor, that could give us a little bit of an edge. And texturing. Let's do this one actually. And bam. Wild Deader has appeared. Hello, Arctic. Welcome back. Or maybe glad to be back. Good to see Arctic. Hope you're having a good one. Has been a while. But I'm back. Back and ready to attack. Ooh. Yeah? I also have a cat now. Come here. Come here. Come here, baby. Kitty cat. Oh. I don't know. Did I stop streaming after getting before Pixie or after? I can't remember. You calm down. You calm down. Okay. Okay. You want to sit on my lap? No. She's feeling. Oh, there you go. Good. She's getting big. I know. I know. That's pretty nuts. I was looking at photos the other day and I was just like, crazy fast. Crazy fast. I always felt like things took longer to grow, but that intuition is broken now. They grow fast, they really do. Yes, you do. Oh, you're so fuzzy. All right. Now we got some messed up skin. Good. And in fact, for the skin, what we do is skin bump, we can put in color, and we'll actually just put in our ID map for grow. Oh, yes, I know. Should be an ID map color. Element. That's just the base color. What's that? ID. Was I looking at it? I felt like I didn't see it. But maybe it just looks different. Yeah. Color map. Yeah, that's it. Hi. Hi. Are you chewing on my chin? Oh, thank you. Oh, I see. The color's only coming through because this is filtered, so we actually want to put in not here, but on here. Actually, want a bit of color. Just a little bit of variation. Good. Okay, we can see the variation in there. That's good stuff. We'll turn down the influence here. And then we'll add a filter on just the color. Say color correction. Balance. Oh, hi. Likes the butt rubs. Just stay right there. No, stay right there. That's fine. You don't want to stay up there. Don't hurt me. We got trimmer claws. They're back to being a little too long. Don't hurt me. She wants to look at my mouse. Also, don't hurt that. All right, that looks pretty good. Okay. There we go, that looks better. Yeah. I need a sling for her. Stop. Stop. No. Fixie. Okay. 1 second. My chair. But I'll get you a blanket and then you can sit in my lap. How about that? How about that? Isn't that the good stuff? We already have a good reference point. I'm actually redoing this this whole book because it borked. I was using Instamat, and now I'm not as confident in using Instamat because it's a bit of a pain. Stop it. Something like that. All right. One more curvature pass, I think. Okay. And on my hand right now. Let's just turn it up. Set it to add. Just darken it. There. A little dustier looking. Love to get more of these shadows out, so we'll do this side on skin highlights. Then we'll duplicate it and do, please don't hurt me. Okay, there more. And set this to multiply. All right, pretty good. I do kind of like the yellowish stitching a little bit more. must be a 4K export. There's no way this is just 2K here. All right. Onto the metal again. Try to get that rust on there. So we'll add a template in. Call it rust. Make it red-ish for now. Do a bill with a noise. Something pretty high contrast. Welcome back, Jane. Still creating your own designs again. That's what I do full time. Switch this to triplanar. Very cool. This one will be metallic, but not. It is metallic. Roughness very low. Height, a little bit of height. A little bit of bump to it. Let's turn up that contrast. Then we'll do a filter and warp it. Get a little crunch on it. And inside of it, we'll do some rust height. Bada boom. Fill. Noise. Something like this. And get rid of the color, just do height. G. I was playing Animal Crossing New Horizons. Gonna be 14 next week. Wish her happy birthday. Happy birthday, Jane's daughter. Hello. Hi, kitty cat. Oh. She's happy there. Nice and cozy. Oh, oh, oh. She's sliding. She's sliding. Can you help me up here? Come on. It's a two-person job here. Or one human, one cat job. Come lay here. How's Pixie okay? She's doing okay. Hey Diggy, check your DMs in Discord, okay? Yeah. Nice. Funny. I like that. Totally forgot I had a Blue Sky account. It's the image Diggy sent. Wonder what it look like with my eyes closed. You wanna lay down? You can lay down. Cats and kids are so funny. They're like, I'm so tired, but I'm just gonna stand here. Just go relax. Silly kitty cat. a little strong. Let's kind of lower the opacity a little bit. The color doesn't look great either. Someone did a good job of popping out the highlights. So let's do that. That's awesome, Jane. I like the kitten trait of zoomies to instant nap cycle. Yeah, she parties hard when we're passing out. I have to be careful not to leave anything out. She'll just knock into it sometimes. Set this to subtract or multiply. It will do it before the warp. Nope, after the warp looks better. I have not. I'll probably pass on watching it for now. Gotta make sure I get my work done here. Set an anchor point on the metal. We're going to add a metal shadow. Oh, excuse me. Out there. And classic, we'll push the height down, make the color dark, roughness down, and also we would like some ambient occlusion. And we can chuck that in there too. Oh, maybe a little too far down. Just want to get rid of those highlights. Oh. A little bit bigger. That makes it pop. Banana, banana, banana. Okay, in the middle, we added the rust. The rust is a little too strong. Let's push it down. Get rid of the warp. Kind of like fade it out. Maybe, yeah. Okay. Nice softer edges. And then on the feathers, let's turn down that contrast a little. That way we get a little bit more of a fall off. And let's make it darker. The rust height slash noise is a little too strong. So make this darker. That looks nice. What is that book? It is. It's going to be a Necronomicon, so kind of like an evil book for like a fantasy game. We've got the cover here. There's going to be little eyes on the edge there. And then we've also got the back, which is this kind of messed up. I wanted to imply that the skin is human skin. Just fucked up, but gives it a fun look. And I'm going to sell it. It'll be a product that people will be able to buy and add to their characters. And then I'm thinking I'll kind of do a series of it. I'll do another one, which is more like divine or good, and then another one which will be more just pure magic, like a magic theme, and then I'll bundle them. Harry Potter doesn't look like it. Not just I made it myself. It's all my own design. Two orangey there. I like this dark waxy look we've got going. Make it a little bit more red. So we'll do that. Then drop in a curve. And we'll take the curvature, set it to unprocessed, because that does tend to look the best. I think I'm just going to start using fills for the curvature. Do a fill, find a curvature, and then we can process this myself. 2 levels. Thank you, Jane. Yeah. We'll do that, then we'll give it kind of a slightly orangish hue, something like that. There are these 2 tones, and I think I just like to kind of squeeze the contrast a little bit. Yeah, that looks good. Make this one a little darker. This color more saturated and a little darker. All right, that's kind of fun. Let's make some roughness here. Make it a little glossier than some of the other parts. But in our highlights, we'll take out the roughness. So just glossy kind of in the grooves. Gives it a nice kind of waxy look. And maybe we'll add a little bit. Add in one of these with some noise. Try that feather one again. I kind of like that. And this one, it'll just be roughness. Kind of lower it. Now it'll kind of catch the light a little bit more. Hopefully. Just a slight amount of metallic. Or much is height. Cool. Did make the mistake of just fixing the weights on this one joint on a model yesterday. Now I'm 90% done reweighting the whole thing. Yeah, those weight painting, I feel like I hated it at the start, then I started falling in love with it, and now I still hate it. It's just like it just takes so much time. If I watched any Disney films, yeah, I've seen quite a few. My favorite's Atlantis. Exotic butter turtle. Hello. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. We're making a Necronomicon. It's the initial version I made and kind of recreating it a little bit. I used Instamat, which is very similar to Substance Painter, to make this one. And yeah, we're just gonna redo the same steps in Substance. I don't dislike Instamat, but it's got some needs some work in some areas. So this triangle right here. So I'm gonna triangulate this, re-export this collection, refresh this mesh, and that should go away. Ish. Right spot. It's this one. I see. Just kind of come out a little bit. But it doesn't break too much. That's worse. Let me back up from when I moved it, and then we'll just take this, boom. All right, it looks like it's just the texture now. So we'll just need to rebake that texture. The Wait for Horse Show, but because it's the first base I ever bought, I don't know if it's a creator or me that originally created that mess. Currently working on a file called edit file 37. Yeah, it's getting into someone else's work is always a challenge. Or if I've like been away from a project for a while, like getting back into it, I'm like, why did I do it this way? Interesting. This looks kind of crunchy on the side here. All right, that'll work. out. There comes the highlight. Ooh, yeah, that looks a lot better. Wrinkly. Ba, 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 ba. All right. Not too shabby. Definitely darker on the spine here. So let's darken it. Make that look more like a wine color. Not quite the same, but feeling more confident in it. I need to remember that this is a 4K texture and this one's not. This is a 2K texture. All right. Let's select the eyes. Make the eyes a color on the high poly. Do bright blue. Honestly, this model has been a great teaching tool because I keep breaking it and then I have to pick my way through the files, fixing issues one by one. I've learned so much just fixing my own fuck-ups over and over. Good. I always feel like art and just learning in general is a bit like my metaphor for a while when I was first getting into it was like breaking down a wall by headbutting it. You can only headbutt it. That's how you improved. Just gotta headbutt the wall. Not fun. It's not necessarily fun in some ways, but anyway, kind of a goofy one. Fine. Then we'll do some tolerance here. Excuse me. Filter. Anti-alias, of course, because it's just so good. Headbutt the wall till a hammer falls out. Exactly. I just love headbutting. Headbutter. Boom-a-doom-doom. Boom. Ambient occlusion, turn that up. Yeah. All right. And actually the roughness too. Yo. Excuse me. I'll be right back. I need to go to the restroom. gonna be eating some food, so I'm gonna keep my webcam off for a little bit. But I'm back. Got some eggs. I'll show you what I ate first. Got just a little protein scramble: eggs, salami, bell pepper, onion, tomato, some barbecue sauce because I'm a weirdo. I wonder if the eye texture from the previous model is something I could get easily. Where would it be? It's right here. Imp file. That's a fun name. Oh, working on this almost a year ago. Dang. Wow. Sorry, I'm eating too, so I'm a little distracted. All right, looks like I did make a little graph for this. Here I just got the emissive and base color. Okay. Sorry, Pixie. No. Just say I. Book. Oh, how about just base color plus emissive? Okay. And say base color. To grayscale, this one needs to be RGB as well. Maybe it should have just been RGB. That should work. Okay. Now I just need to change the export location to where we're working. Which would be right here. Flight. Should be good. All right. So now we should have those textures in here. Perfect. And I can go ahead and import those here, which will set them both to texture. Yes. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Now that we've done that in the eyes, pick our template. Well, actually, we just need a layer. Eye color decals. Guess I do want them to glow. Yeah, that'll be fine. Clean a projection. Ugh. Just color for now. Eye. Boom. Say no repetition. Just scale it down a little ways. Like that, and then we can add emission here and drop that in. Ooh, that is a little strong. That's a little too strong. Let's go to the emission. Actually, no. Put it in a folder. That's eye decals. And in here, we'll adjust the emissive. That way I can adjust them both at the same time because I will duplicate this. Put it down. And set it on the other one. There. All right. Pretty good. Save that. Another bite of food. All right. Getting there. Close Instamap. Look at the skin real quick. Hmm. Bring down the roughness even more. Gross to have like parts of it be kind of really glossy. I'd rather have it filled with a dirt kind of effect. Closer. Still not quite there. It's like some of my grunge material is just a little too strong. Turn up that contrast, balance, push it this way. Something like that. Right. Rust is certainly a lot more colorful than this. I had to look up some reference for that. Get it quite red and dark. Now let's just do a little bit of wear and tear over everything. So we'll do a template flat up top for the shadows. We'll just call this wear. And do a little. We'll do one more folder actually. And here we'll call this edge. Generator. That's nice. Metal edge. you could just kind of turn the influence of it down. A little bit can go a long way. Just a tiny amount of roughness difference. Tiny bit of height too. Really kind of pops everything out. With, out. Ow. She's climbing me again. Gotta eat though. Up there. All right, good enough right now. I can always come back and make more edits. Skin just needs a little bit of height. Maybe not. Would have expected that to, I don't know, fill in or something, but I guess not. Let's do a color select in here. And sample. Then do a filter, bevel, inverse subtract. That should have selected the eye. Why it didn't. Let's switch to mask view. Change the tolerance here. There we go. I guess everything was already so dark, didn't quite work. Do this. Then on our base, take the heights all the way down. Which means this one we can do the height, turn off the color. This one kind of that concave look. We just need to add another filter and invert. That way, just targeting the center. There we go, a little concave. Add some ambient occlusion there. Hi, Big G. What are you doing? I guess I could add this, be a little bit easier to do a color selection. Just need to update that tolerance a little bit, or at least it's just a little bit out. All right. Almost done eating. I'll have my camera back on. Oh, I think let's leave it at that. Save. Okay. Now let's go to here, textured. Now we want to set up our exports to Unity. This is our Spellbook test. So we'll need to get, nothing's exported. Okay, that's good actually. Nothing is exported yet. Make a new collection, which we'll call Necro Export Unity. Unity Export. Bada boom. We'll make a mesh here. We'll rename. Oh, that might be copyrighted. I'll just say. Hey, can you calm down? Just stay up there. Drop that there. Update. It's okay that that's messed up. Go here, add an FBX exporter. We're exporting to VR chat. Selected with mods. Hi, Pixie. Turn on my camera again. She's inquisitive right now. Just expecting pain when that happens. She's liking my new chair. Because there's like space now for her to sit. Okay, so right. Set up the export. We chose VR chat with mods. Now we just need to make sure we're sending to the right folder. Bada boom. Copy that. Go here. Just what? Oh. Accept. Excuse me. What are you doing? Being a goofball. Get out. Get out. doing? What are you doing? All right. Cool. So now we have our actual Necromancer book right here. I'll just move it over for now. And in the materials, we have our textures, the test, but we don't have folder. Oh. Folder for what's the name of the shader here? Necro cover. Just necro cover. That's fine. I can go here and I can say search. Didn't want to do that. All right. Now we have it there. We have textures. Make one more folder for pages. Pages, I'll drop this. And the textures folder. This goes here. Another folder. This is where I want to export these guys. Boom, boom, boom. Select folder. We'll use Poyomi. V10 at 2K. All right. Switch this to Poyomi. Tune. And we just assign now. I really should make an auto assigner for this, be so much faster. How it goes. Colors definitely look a little different than I expected. Kind of huh. Why are we testing it? I'm gonna put my dishes away. One second. All right. I love having a cat. Please don't hurt me. Why do you hurt me when you climb me? Evil. All right, something like that. Even just a little bit of that helps so much. Awesome. I think I'll mask it with just our AO. So it's not getting into these crevices. All right. Ooh, bam. I probably will have to do something to fill in this edge and the inside cover. Then I want to see this stuff or this stuff. But looking pretty good for right now. What I was trying to do previously, or where I last left off, was figuring out how to do pages properly. I believe I was about to start making a custom shader for just that. So right now, I want something where you could literally turn the pages. I think that would be really cool. How to do that properly? Don't quite know. Okay. Definitely not a big fan of how the textures are looking currently. Might as well just go change it now. I think it's definitely the strings or the stitching that looks weird. Did I not make a stitching? Okay, then it really is just the skin highlights right here. These are very strong. Okay. Stitches still super bright. So. Also looks like it's not completely filling out its spot. Yeah, that looks nice. Yeah. My goosty. No, we'll do that. I might have to pop them a different way. But I swear I had a stitch shadow, but I guess not. Let's add that. ISO bevel. Right here. This will be stitch correction. Go here. Grab that anchor point. That. Then darken them. Get rid of the roughness next to them. And height. Push them down. Up there, so that distance a little bit higher. All right, nothing too fancy, but it helps. Yeah, much better. Okay. Still a little too bright on the stitching, I think. Maybe it just needs some variation. So let's go to the stitches, and we'll add a curvature template here. And we'll do something dark. How about that? That looks really nice. Oh, really pushes them in visually. Okay. Here, I guess we'll do more height. Actually, that far down, but definitely down. Yeah, much better. And that's pretty darn good. Okay. Try again. Next part. They're definitely fading a little bit in some spots, but it gives them this impression that they're just like pushed in there, and that's very satisfying. Okay. And let's have the metal edge shadow be a little bit bigger. Can I get rid of the rim lighting there? think I can live with that. Probably gonna hear some construction. It sounds like they're doing some sort of work on the street right now. So hopefully it's not super loud. It's probably gonna be loud. All right. Go to the spine. Let's go ahead and add anchor point. I'm gonna do a very similar thing, which is the spine shadow. I'm gonna start calling it edge, actually, because that's makes a little more sense. All right, fill, anchor point. Right, that'll help pop off the spine. Okie doke. Cool. All right, pretty close to dialing it in. I still think the metal looks off, the metal edges and stuff. That could be improved quite a bit, but I think for now it's pretty darn good. Pretty darn good. I don't know if you can see her. Oh, shouldn't have leaned forward like that. She's slipping. She's slipping. Gotta be careful I'm not slouching because of that. Lately, when she's been like sleeping, she's been so limp and like, I guess relaxed or passed out that I get worried. Last night she crawled in the covers and she was like kind of laying against me, and then I like moved and she just didn't move at all, and I like picked her up, she didn't move, she was just totally out, and I was like, oh my god, are you okay? Just freaking out. She's fine. Thank you. Yeah, let's do it. Let's one more pass on the metal. It does not look very good, in my opinion. I think the rust looks bad. Let's forget about the rust for a moment. Let's just try to emphasize the curvature. It's hard not to worry about your animals. The dead asleep is scary. Yeah, they really are just out. This is not. They're just done. Probably gonna have to move her in a second though. I feel like she's kind of stressing out my back. Oh yeah, that looks better. Notice heart attack when their eyes are slightly open. They got a classic "I'm dead" blep as well. Yeah, that looks nice. Nicer. Like the red spine could still use a little bit more love. So let's do that next. We'll go here. The spine. Drop in template flat again. And we'll call this motifs. And kind of cheat our usual way where we add a fill. Do a triplanar or planar. And we'll use some of our fancy little looking stuff here. I need to go get some more of these at some point. Been so useful. And why don't we also add a filter symmetry? Oh yeah, that's cool. Make it nice and dark or light. Lighter. A little bit of color maybe. Okay, Pixie. I love you, but I don't think I can have you just leaning directly on my neck. Okay. Nope. Oh yeah, that's way better. I was suffering. No, just lay down. Ooh, yeah, okay, that's good. I like that. Good. Yeah, what if it's gold? Gold! Thank you. Okay, yeah, if you do that, that's okay. Just don't claw me like she's about to do in 2 seconds. Don't do it. Oh, Jesus. I. No, 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 no. Just lay down. I'm gonna be just fine doing that. Guess I could also duplicate this and mirror on the Y. Oh yeah. Like that almost looks intentional. I guess it is intentional in a way, but certainly not what I set out to do. Happy accident. No. No. See what you're thinking, Pixie, no? Hmm. Just lay down. Just lay down. She is half asleep. You just lay down. Okay. No. Lay down. No. Uh-uh. She's like, I don't wanna. I don't wanna. She's upset. Cool. I'm very satisfied with that. See? Don't do it. Don't do it. Okay. Well, we can actually add more. Duplicate this. Then we could select some other alpha texture, set it to linear dodge, and just continue to develop this, but I kind of want to rotate it this way. Thank you. I'm happy with it. Not quite what I expected to make, but I'm enjoying it. Oh yeah, that's fucking dope. That is so dope. Cool. I will also do one more. We haven't done the shadow for the motif yet. Let's do that first. I'm actually tempted to get rid of the height completely. Set the height to replace. My tummy's grumbling. Food I just ate. He's looking at my stomach like, what is that sound? What is that sound? Do two bevels. What's the mask? Yeah, okay, that is what I expected. Yeah. Damn, that looks fucking dope. What the hell? That's amazing. Sorry about that. Yasmin's Corner is on live right now, so I'm back now. That's fine. I'm not worried at all. This is mostly a work stream, so we're just kind of chilling and, kind of take things as they come. We're not, it's a little slow here. Slow here. I've gotten such an insane amount of use from these. Well, heck yeah. Puzzles galore. That one looks a little strange. Let's try one of these. That's too big. Okay. And have any other cool designs or motifs? Nice book, created nicely. Marvelous idea to do your book right. Thank you. Excuse me. Goodness. Whoa. That looks awesome. Maybe getting a little bit over the top now. I don't know. Is there such a thing? I feel like the VR chat crowd is all for that, so maybe I shouldn't hold back. It also looks fucking dope, so yeah, we will do that. Hmm. Color is really not as cool. I like the normal map didn't survive somehow. Why? Viewing the 2048 version, this normal map is super different. Are you pulling my leg, Jane? Um, it's like a meme. Am I getting memed right now? I'm gonna sneeze, Pixie. Sorry. Pixie looks very surprised by that. I'm certain there's a lot of eyes that look like this, but I've never played the Sonic game, so couldn't tell you what it looks like. Hey, get down. No, no, no. See, I'm gonna turn my shoulder into mincemeat. Hmm. Uh, 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 uh. This one looks a little odd here. I think we need a shadow going the other way too for our metal pieces. Something to kind of, again, just make it pop a little bit. No, no, you can stay right there. Don't climb me. I'm not a piece of furniture. Let's try a matte cap texture. So we'll do user 4, I believe. Go down here. And a fill at the very bottom of everything. If not furniture, then why tall? I do think that that seems to be her thought process. Oh, you're so cute. Bam, bada boom. All right, now here, decals. We can drop that decal masks right here. Boom. You know what? I'm gonna try using our global masks. So now it's in global mask. Then I believe one arm should be that mask. Yeah. Okay, perfect. That was the wrong thing. Actually, I wanted to use a matte cap. That's what I was intending to do. And we'll use one R. Beautiful. Much simpler. And then we'll grab a matte cap or make a gradient, whichever one looks better. That looks pretty good. A little crunchy though. The base color mixing a little. So right now it's on replace. Said I want to do like an add and multiply. Because that way it'll blend with the lighting instead of replacing it completely. Double-sided, usually stoppage. Excuse me. Not perfect, but it looks a bit better. At least stops it from looking so flat. Okay. I guess we're still texturing. I want to keep farting around with some stuff. I really loved how quickly detailed I made that. That's a technique I will definitely be using again because it's awesome. Okay. Honestly, I could probably use that for making 3D models too. All right. Glad she's got a playlist. I feel like I should add something right here. So we will. We'll go to metal, put in a template flat, call this metal motif. Scoot over just a little. Add in a fill. Fill, we're going to add this in a generator, I believe. No, filter. And mirror. And planar projection. Let's mirror on the Y. Interesting. We'll go the other direction. Instead of raising it, we'll push it down. Make it dark. Low roughness. And of course a bit of ambient occlusion. That's okay. Let's try some other stuff. That's weird. Kind of interesting. Do like the overly ornate stuff. Something like that. Pretty sure you told me her birthday was yesterday, earlier today. Feel like your daughter can't tell father what's going on here. like this has happened before, honestly. Someone coming by and we'll go ahead and turn this down. It's kind of an interesting look. Go the other way. Turn it a little bit, give it another shot. Yeah, it looked fine there. I'm gonna go the other way actually. I will raise it back out. So we'll push this up again. Switch this to like a silver. Still looks a little odd. In or out. Let's turn off the height here. Add an anchor point. And then above this, we'll do another template flat with MM. And in here, that fill, sample our anchor point we just made, and then do A. And on this one, we'll put the height in. See what that looks like. Kind of crunchy. Instead of smoothing, we'll first do a anti-alias or do it afterwards. I don't know, something like that. Kind of liking the overly ornate. Doesn't look bumpy at all. Bumpy. I wonder why that is. I feel like there's so much detail here, and all of that is pretty much lost when we switch back to Unity. Oh, a bummer. That's just how it goes. All right, let's call it here for now. And let's focus on the pages. So we have them right here. Interesting. Hard for me to tell what's going on here. Ah, okay. So we have, oh right, I remember making this. It's kind of geometry node cage object. A little over the top for what it's for. Um, all right, I'm going to be right back. I'm going to go to the restroom real quick. And we're going to figure out how to do these pages. He's just harassing me the whole time. Just once. It's cold today, so it's kind of overcast. I feel like cats are always in super cuddle mode when it's slightly overcast. Ooh. Okay. So, pages. We have our prototype pages. Where were we working on those? I would assume it would have been in Blender. These are all just work in progress. Oh, right. Okay, so it's in this folder right here, pages. We have the geometry node for the very high poly version we created and haven't used yet. We're not baking that. What's the easiest way to make good looking pages? I think what we'll do is we'll make like a block of texture. Hmm. Let me just look at a book. Me the last 45 minutes. Yeah, I'm done. Wait, what's that? For fuck's sake. So close yet so far. Hey, hey, hey. Stop climbing me. You can jump, just don't literally climb me. No, you don't get to climb me. There you go. Oh, you're wrong. Okay. So basically, need a chunk of mesh. Okay, look, I see. I already made a test book. Okay, that's what's going on. Okay, so this is the test book. Ah, look at that. The bend is quite good. And it's even perfectly flat. Maybe a little bit of stretching right there, but that's pretty much what we want. And then I'm guessing this bone is for the page. My thought is that we'll have a single page that will flip around. So let's get that. Well, let's turn this off for a second. Duplicate and separate that. Also, feel like I should have a mirror modifier on this. Just use mirror. You. See. No, I don't see. Mirror. Here. Turn off merge. Okay, it was merging. That's why. It's fine. Let's go here. We just want page. I see. When I rotate the page, which is very hard to see right now, I might put a solidify on this just so I can see it. When the page turns, this should be right here. No. No, don't climb me. Stay down. Get comfy. I know you're cozy, and I know you're comfy. Just stop climbing me. Please. I guess we could just have the page like flip through, and when it hits here, for some reason it looks, no, don't do it. It does look a little shorter than I expected. And it is the same size there. Well, it's okay. You just scale the page. Easy. That is interesting, though. The middle edge here There's no way it won't be able to intersect after a certain range, so we just want to limit it so that it can never go past here. There. Hello, Popstar. Welcome. So, a couple animations to fix. I moved a couple components around when tagging. Animation stuff in Unity. It's not much better in Blender, but it's a little better. Blender. A little Blender. Just a little better. Technically, this is not how a book unfolds, though. Like a hardcover book. The hardcover book, I'm pretty sure the back actually stays in place. If anything, it actually folds out. This. So it just does this. It doesn't bat like, well, maybe some books do. No, I guess technically all books do bend as I've done it. It's just sometimes they have a cover, and the cover stays out here. That's what it is. It's not actually the where they're bound together. I'm trying to remember what it was used for UVs. Was it UV Toolkit? Exactly, exactly. There's a Gumroad, or sorry, GitHub page that you can find, and it has it available there. Page am I actually turning? Is this one? This one? Oh, I see. I was turning the page itself. There. That would work like this. Do something like this. And then like right before it touches, it disables the page, and on the other side it enables the new image. You have the link because you gave it one of your videos, but when I went to find it, YouTube was being a butt. Let's see. There you go. Let's post that in chat. It's pretty good. It's not gonna there's not yet a one-stop shop for UV mapping, but hopefully we'll get there at some point. If it has a dust jacket, then it bends out. Hardcover might as well, but depends on if the pages are glued to the center bit. Paperback definitely just bends like that. Yeah, I guess we'll mimic a paperback because I don't really want to get super complicated with it. I mean, it'd be nice if it was like perfect, but hello, Samuel Fluxus Haynes. Have I learned programming now? I've made some really good progress with it. But welcome back, Sam. Uh, I am using a program called Cursor, if you're familiar with it, which is like a AI editing software. And or AI programming software. And it's a spellbook. Yes, it is a spellbook. It's going to be an update to my most popular item on my Gumroad, which is a spellbook that you can add to your character. Interesting. I don't want this to move at all right here. Yeah. There we go. I see. I had moved it. Oh, I must have scaled it incorrectly. Yeah, we'll have the page, so that basically the book will be open, and my goal is to have it so you could swap out the images. So on one page there's one image, second page there's another, and then when you flip the page picks up that second image, and the back of the page has the next set here. And then when it hits this side, both these pages flip to the next ones. So kind of boom, and we can get like a page flipping mechanism. At least that's the hope, the plan. Yeah, we'll give that a shot. In fact, I'm gonna write that down, exactly what those steps are, because it'll be. I remember having trouble planning it out last time. So step 1 is A, B, and then 2 is A, D, and then the page would have B and C. And then on step 3, it would just be C, D. Okay. Interesting. Well, gotta go. Gotta do stuff. Stay safe and have fun. Same to you, Popstar. Enjoy your day. Thank you for hanging out. Catch you soon. But yeah, Sam, I made I've made a lot of tools for myself using Cursor and these AI tools. I definitely, if anyone's interested in like automation and stuff, uh, don't pay for ChatGPT. I really recommend paying for Cursor instead, because you can really do a lot more with it right on your computer. And that stuff's only going to get better. In fact, today I'll probably spend some time setting up something called Blender MCP, which allows like AI agents to work directly in Blender, so they can make objects, do operations for you. And I would love, absolutely love, to try to figure out how to integrate that with geometry nodes, because I think there's just an insane amount of promise there. It could really be a totally different type of workflow when you just like describe, like, make a curve, turn that curve into a cylinder. You just do all these things. But anyway, that's my spiel. It'll be cool. It'll be cool. All right, so we got the book, pages, and then page. So that's what we'll call it. Single page. Now, the question is, how do we organize our pages so that we can properly cycle through all the different images? Because that's the real challenge. I think we will have to make a completely custom shader for that, because either a custom shader or we have more than one page. This could get complex pretty quick. I think we would just want to use UV offsets. Masks plus UV offsets. That seems to be path forward. Just picking up where I left off. Weird. Gotta go. Gotta go do stuff. Stay safe and have fun. Same to you, Popstar. Enjoy your day. Thank you for coming by. Okay, so basically we have index. That's our main index. We index through pairs of pages. That's really the important part. Pairs of pages. So A, B, C, and D, E, and F. But those are 0, 1, and 2. Those are the sets of pages. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. And so I mean, maybe that's the clue right there, is that for each image, each page, we'll have each texture we use for the pages will be 2 pages, the left and right page. Because when you open a book, you're looking at those 2 pages. This isn't going to be like a real book. This is just like it basically folds in the middle, and you got a left page and a right page. And so each pair of pages, a left and a right, will share a texture. That'll be the goal. Make it share texture. Okay. So that means if we're constricting ourselves to that, that's the first decision. And so I want to think about pages themselves. So for the middle page, I'm actually going to rename this. We're going to call this flipping pages. So that's more accurate. That's actually what's happening. And these will actually be a pair pages. We'll get rid of the solidify, and we'll actually use a mirror modifier, because I can mirror the UV map, which is very useful. So we'll project this from view. And we'll constrain the bounds. That was already constrained. All right. Maybe not mirror, but offset. No, it should mirror. It should be mirrored. Turn on face orientation. Set up. Let me just undo that. Tab A G X 0.01. 0.5. Right there. Oh shit. I see. Merge was on. Okay. Perfect. So this is the front. This is the side. We don't need to mirror vertex groups because, well, it doesn't matter even if we have that enabled because they're not. It's not even a mirrored bone. So that will work. Oh, really nicely. So I have to make some notes really quick. So our flipping pages are perfect now. As we flip them, it should be pointed the right way for the most part. It's a little. Haircut. And what we need to determine is how we set. So it'd be basically in step 1, A equals 0, B equals 0. And then page left equals X, because it's not rendered yet. X. And then on step 2, A equals 0, B equals +1, because we offset it +1. And why don't we start them all in the same spot? They're all in the same UV space originally. That'll make things a little bit easier. So once we flip it, A, B, actually, these should be flipped. Yeah, this is the right half of the page. The original is here. That's on this side. So when I mirror it, it's on this side. Yeah, okay. Good stuff. All right. So flip it open. Once we flip it, we move that one over +1. Now that we've set it up this way, it would just be 0. And +1. And 3. +1. +1. I get to save them. Okay. That should work. We're going to offset the UV maps for each section. The question is, how do we select the right UV map? We would have to have decals or masks that reference the same image. And I never have to switch the middle pages, but I do have to do kind of a weird thing where I move this over one outside of the whole bounds, so move it over here. And then the other side needs to not only be mirrored, but then offset -1, which will look exactly the same, but in effect, it look like this. Sorry, not full 1. The mirror. The mirror would need to be 1. Goofy. Okay. Super close. Okay. Yeah. Because the right side of the page is always going to be down the line a little bit. camera's goofy right now. Something like that. Okay. Yeah, this is what it looks like. Still hard to describe, but that is correct. So it always flips, and then we just set the whole thing over 1 every time, every round. Set equals 0. That's +1. All right, that should work. So there should be 3 masks. I think that should be solved, basically. See how this goes. I think we can just go ahead and export this again. So let's add our where is it? Export FBX. We'll use VRChat. With mods, we'll sample the test. Test book, accept. Delete it. Bring it back out again. So if there are 3 masks that we need, we're actually very lucky in that regard because we can just use vertex colors. So let's do that. So add a color attribute, which doesn't matter the name, face corner, color. Yeah. And we'll do object link. Copy, transfer mesh data. I want color of color from all layers by name. Easy. That didn't work. All right, whatever. Just make it easy. Okay. So now we have what we need. And let's go ahead and switch over to our vertex paint mode. And we'll just set the colors. Paint mask. This is weight paint. I want vertex paint. Awesome. We'll also need multiple UV maps. The decals we add would really be decals. Perfect. Perfect. Should work pretty darn well. I find it kind of hilarious that my whole castle with the inside hall and dungeon has less triangles than a lot of avatars in the RC. I need 6 million tries for my Pookie Bear. He's just not the same E-boy. Unless he's hitting 6 million triangles. Okay. We're looking good. So now what we want to do is we actually will need to apply the mirror here on the pages. And if I switch back to vertex paint, I want these pages here. And I'll invert our selection and paint mask. And for the vertex colors, I want RGB. This will be our first channel. We'll set the colors. Set. There we go. Control Alt H. L. Wide. Boom. The vertex paint. Actually, I want to be a little silly, and I'm going to do that. Because that way it goes in order, left to right. Left, boom. This one will be green, GB, set. And then for the flipping pages, vertex paint. Should just be blue. Sometimes unhide Avies to have a look. Saw one with 700k tries, 85 material slots, and almost a gig of texture memory. In some ways that doesn't bother me. Like, I would love for people to be able to push the boundaries as much as possible, but realistically, it's like at some point you're making your own experience in the game worse because you can't interact with that many people because you just crash them out of the lobbies, and like, why not? I wish there was an alternative where people could you just go to a private server, use as much as you want, but don't go to public lobbies. Pretend like it's not an issue. Love to have more than 7 FPS and be able to see peeps. I think you're asking for too much. That's fine. And nothing else quite matters there either. Because they can share the same material. Yeah, okay, let's leave it. There was a group event. I think 80% of the tries was in the fluffy tails. All right. I think everything's set up as it should be. Let's export the collections. Go back here. Oh, you know what? There's one thing I messed up on, which is the pages here. Actually don't know what their UV unwrap looks like, and I do now, and it's garbage. All right, so I need to we need to remirror this. Need to flip it, and what we'll do actually just unwrap again. This is totally fine. It's kind of nice looking. Leave it like so. Opening up the menu around other 3D nerds, mostly good, medium. 1 through 4 rankings. Open the menu around anyone else. Handful of poors. Rest is very poor. Mirroring 0. Interesting. That's actually a little tricky. Do this properly. Okay. Easiest way to do that for now. Don't turn on the mirror U. Make a second UV map. Oh my god, that is the second UV map. Boom. Make a new group. And in this new one, I just want to worry about this page right here. Turn on constrained to bounds. Boom. Move it over. Hmm. They see to add new ranking. Holy fuck, why? That's just got a fire icon. Fire. Oh yeah. Interesting. So if I put this, lining up pages is annoying. Ooh. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, this is inside a book. I don't need these pages here. Those don't even need to exist. That'll open up a decent amount of space on my map. I swear I marked those. All right, this is good. This is very good. This music is intense. that's the cleanest the pages are going to get. Just like that. All right. Jeez. All right. So that's good. And then if we go to flipping pages, boom, boom. Shit. Take this side. Now you need to add that mirror back. And the mirror was to flip it at 1. That should be right. All right, good. But now it's mirrored. Yeah, and we'll look at the pages as well. And what we want to do, we could say constrain. Just want to scale it. Should line up pretty nicely. Good. And turn off. Okay. I have to account for this edge here. So I guess what I want to do is just put my cursor here and see where it is. Just 0.956. Or aka 44. Difference of 0.044. So that means I would take my flipping pages and put it over, touch, and then just a little bit more. Okay. And let's confirm that this worked really quick by meshing. Looking at both. Perfect, that's right in the middle. Awesome. Ooh-wee, that is an interesting set of operations. But I think we're good now. We already have the cover. That's going to be the Necronomicon. All of this stuff is just for the pages themselves, which are turning. I didn't expect the pages to be more complex. Should have, though. I'll just make a flipping page. All right. Make sure I turn that merge off. this. Not only do I need to mirror that, I need to apply the mirror. Goodness. Select just this side, invert and hide. Go to vertex paint, select this section, and set the vertex colors to just red. All right. Whew, that was pretty challenging, to be honest. I could get a little bit more resolution out of certain parts, but I don't want to. I'm done. I'm done. I have to stop. Please, someone stop me. Okay. Now we go here. I'm going to open these up. And I take it back. That was the wrong way. All right. Beautiful. So the image we are using to test is incorrect at the moment. Everything's looking good. We just have to adapt the test images we created, those letters. So let's go back up to Krita, I believe. We're in the wrong folder. And let's take a Oh, we're making a flip book. We are making a flip book. This is a 9. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, gotcha. All right, so for a flip book, we need to make a 4x4. We need to ensure that it's an even number. Otherwise, we have a 3x3, which is 9 pages, and that's incorrect. That won't work as I'd like it to. Okay. So we have the atlas that we created before. I create guides. Let's just kind of cheat a little. We'll make a empty layer. Boom. Krita is really not very good. I might have to switch to something else. Can I not update? All right, so let's drop down a gradient. Then we'll do select everything, edit, flip colors, edit, stroke selection. Quite a name, I know. Actually, we'll do that again, but this time 80. And then, now that we've done that, we should be able to transform this. Let's crop it first. My opinion, Krita seems to just like do its own thing when it comes to functions and shortcuts, making it clunky to swap to. Exactly. 100%. And now I want to shrink this. By 30%. I don't have those options. Okay. How big is this image? 2048, so 2048. Later. 2048 divided by 3. 682.66666. Maybe I'll just offset it by a certain amount. Okay, let's try that. So we'll duplicate image. That only offsets the image. Rather offset the. It's got to be an easier way than this. Oh, of course. Do I even use Krita? Perfect. That took a silly amount of time to figure out. Beautiful stuff. Let's see. Guess that's just gonna break both of them now, won't it? Yeah. Okay. Whatever. We'll just roll with that for now. Right. I fucked up again. Okay. We'll get this right at some point. Should have been 4 squares. Do I need 20 pages? Probably don't. Detail. Dude, just. You smell cheesy for some reason. Grooming yourself, little Dumbo. Up there. As I redo this once again. Ow! Poor Pixie. She's got a little bit of earwax buildup, so I have some medicine to give her. She does not enjoy getting it, but she did pretty good. She's a good cat. All right. It should work a lot better now. FG. Or I had to recite that to myself. It's been a while. Been a while. All right, beautiful stuff. Okay. Fingers crossed this works. So, what we need to do now, go to our camera, and let's get the export set up here. Go to output, go to Blender, textures, and we'll say, actually, you know what? We'll just send this straight to here, pages, textures. Oh shit. Oh, okay. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go to the restroom. I just have to redo that fucking setup one more time. 6 times. Be right back. All right, back again. So it looks like we need individual letters, and then it compiles them into a sheet like this. So what we'll do, we'll move the camera over 1, actually 2. That's empty here. This over, take these, delete. We've got the 4 pairs. I'll just go ahead. We still need them to be paired, so we'll mesh them and take these. Fine. They're going to be a little bit off center, but close enough. All right, take these, object origin, like that. Up to center of mass. Okay. All right, and we'll just scale them up a little bit. Okay. I right 1. All right. Perfect. Just need the 4 frames. 0, 4, 4. Okay, we'll render this out directly in this folder. Say textures 2. path here. And we'll call it pages. Render. Okay, back here. Now we've got textures 2. Take them all, right click. Excuse me. Images to texture array. All right. And then if we go to the pages texture, I believe we were using Flipbook for this. And overall, it's decent. Seems like the spacing here is a little odd. It does seem kind of close to the edge both ways. So I think that's just how I'm spacing my letters. That won't be an issue later. Yeah, okay. Okay. That's good. Now I believe for a texture array, it goes to the right. So AB is the first group, like a UDEM file. We don't even need the flipbook to move necessarily. Can I put texture array in here? No. Hmm. All right, that means we need a custom shader, and that's fine. We can do that. So we want here are can I do a UDEM? Just need textures. Texture sample, boom, save. And we want to add a extra object, right? Yeah, there we go. Oh, this page is that backwards. Okay, so actually in here, in my other book, I would need to take the flipping pages and we don't mirror it. Instead, we offset it -0.5. Yeah. Yeah. All right, it's pretty easy to swap out. So what we want is a integer, and that's going to determine what page we're currently on. Yeah. So in this take a texture array, we do have global array. It's not super helpful. Let's can amplify shaders. Amplify shaders texture array. We're at a free texture array creator tool, that's fine, but where's the node? Let's see if there's an update. Shader graph, no. This is amplify shaders, right? Hmm. Well, if I have to recreate it, there's not much to do, but let me see. Pretty good, but let's say update first and then import. Loading, loading, loading. Loading, loading, loading. Alrighty. So now do I have a texture array? I would love a texture array. Wouldn't I have it? You can see it in their texture editor. Is it somewhere else? I don't understand. What the fucking fuck? How do we get to the node list again? Here we go. Images. So let's say textures. Virtual texture object. I don't understand. Said this page was edited in 2023, so it should be there. Or do I just add? Does it become a texture array if I add it? I just add the texture to it. So let's just actually use texture 2D array. Or okay, property, default texture, AutoCast, blocked to texture 2D array. So I can put a texture array in there. Ooh. What happens if I just do this? Nothing. Oh. Perfect. Okay, that's beautiful. All right, so now we can bring in the one texture object here, put that here. Wait. Let's do that. Or do I have to this and there? There we go. Okay. Because this was, the index wouldn't have been there the very first time I looked at it, which would explain my confusion. All right, this should be a property, and we'll call that page. Page index. Guess we would still need to go here and drop it right here. And then we have page index, which we can move around. Yay. That's beautiful. Okay. Forget what I was going to do. Then vertex colors here. So we got our vert color. That's what we're going to use to extract our masks, because we need to be able to swap between 3 of them. We're going to add another property. Will be a Boolean. Switch. Which will make I have a Boolean toggle switch. Instance color float int I down vector blah, blah. Really interesting. All right, well, we'll just use let's use an int for it, and this will also be a property, and we'll call it turning. And so we'll have what page we're on and if we're turning. We'll still want that switch. Or comparison. Here. If. So just put this in A, and if A is greater than B, that's what we want. That's where we want to put our input. That's our switch right there. And we would take this, put that there. So if A is greater than B, or no, actually this would be here. because that's our standard input. We just want, if we're not turning, it should show it. Currently, we're not turning. But if I set this to 1, then it'd be 0. Okay. Good. Good, 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 good. Yes, 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 yes. So now, extra input. We have our page index. And what we also need is our page index plus 1. So that gives us the next page. And so if we're turning, what we need to do I can actually probably get away with just 2 vertex groups. And this will need to be a cutout shader. What are you doing, huh? What are you doing? You got your little spring? You got your little spring? The springs are a favorite. And she's gone. All right. Yeah, I only need 2 vertex groups. And I only need 1 vertex group. Because the turning page should always be the next chunk of pages. So if we go back to Blender, yeah. And we look at our flipping pages. Right now, we're reading our current page plus the next one. So this doesn't need to change at all. I don't have to worry about masking with it. It's good to go. But the inside, the right one, that one will need to change. Yeah. All right. So what we would need to do is when we're turning, we're going to take these 2 and layer them. Layered blend. I always forget what. Blend operation. I think it is a layered blend. Yeah. And we would take the next page, current page, and blend them with, I believe, first page was R and G, so it would be green. Here. This is what we'd output if A is greater than B. if we're turning, it did change this page. Uh, um, yeah, this one's wrong though. I feel like it shouldn't be wrong. Because it should be already outside the bounds. But okay, I see. So with the texture array, it is like there's just one texture and it's repeating the same one. It's not a UDIM setup where there's different textures on different UV squares. It's just repeating the currently selected one. So I would also need to use that same vertex group, which in this case would be B, and we'll just add these two together because I'm lazy. But this would work too. Funny. Okay, so you're on one. Offset. Is this one backwards? Seen something? What? What the fuck? I just flip that though? S X negative 1. Huh. Unless my normals are flipped, I'm actually looking at the wrong side, which does not seem to be the case. But just to confirm, okay, that is that side. Oh. Let's see. Oh, I don't need to offset it anymore. Okay, 0.5. This, yeah, okay, this offsets the mirror. So it mirrors it, it's in the same spot. We do need to flip it for sure. That'll put it on the other side here. To move it, no. No, there's no moving. Gotcha. Okay, I see what's going wrong. All right, we're just gonna flip it. And now it reads the page like normal. That's perfect. Reads the page like normal. But we have to apply our mirror, go to vertex paint, and everything's blue. That's the issue. We need one side to be not blue, just black. Like that. Okay. Just to understand where the C's backwards, though. It seems to always be backwards. I guess because I'm not mirroring it anymore, it doesn't really matter. If I just flip it manually. That still didn't change it? What's going on? Oh, they're separate objects. Um, gotcha. Flipping pages. Pages. Seems fine. 1, 0. It is changing all of them, so there's that. It doesn't feel like it's updating. Mm. Back faces rendering. Looks like I do. It's exporting to the wrong thing. Just updated. I don't get it. I keep flipping the page. It really should be a different value now. Okay, well let's check. So B's that way, C's that way. All right. I go to flipping pages and I flip it. That's the same. Nothing changed there. Happens if I don't export it. Hmm. Interesting. This should be a skinned mesh renderer. This whole thing should be a skinned mesh renderer. Pages, book, flipping pages. Oh, it is. Okay, I see. I see my confusion there. Okay. Oh. I was updating the wrong UV map. That makes way more sense. Okay, so now they're all facing the same way. Or the correct way. And when I'm not turning the page, it's just the normal group. But when I am turning, actually, this will be a little bit different. We actually want the blend, the if statement, a little bit further. So here, yeah. So the weights go here. That's before. And if we're turning, right? If we're not turning, we just want the green page. We only want the green page if we're not turning. If we are turning, then we do want the combo. That changes the weight because we need to blend no matter what. Like this. Okay, a little bit simpler. Double check the vertex colors. For this vertex paint, green, this one, vertex paint, blue, and black. I guess both sides need to be blue now. No. Turning. Not turning. It's not turning. Ooh. This is confusing. Okay, so we have the mask. If A equals 0, then we just want green. They're both turning. They both need to be changed. Or no. We would just want blue. Yeah, that's the issue. We just want blue if they're the same. If we're combining, we want green and blue. Yeah. Then we turn. Boom. Both sides are changed, but if not, this one's always offset. That one's always this side. Perfect. Awesome. So we got our shader working now. Took a while. um, tired. That was a decent amount of work just right there. Let's switch gears a little bit. Thank you, Arctic. Noise. Noise. No idea how to mess with shaders. Not in Blender, not in Unity. I'm absolute noob pleb. It's not too. It's a lot closer to Photoshop than I first thought. Um, a lot closer. They share a lot of similarities, just like layer blending and stuff like that. Um, but there certainly are a lot of odd rabbits to go down with it. That's right. Updating my checklist. So we have page flipping mechanics. Well, I'll change that to shader. We just beat that one. Shader. We have the page flipping animations next to create, and then the actual avatar page book avatar dynamics. And then we also need two texture pages. All right, made some good progress on that though. That's awesome. So I'm going to do a little sidetrack for a little bit. I really want to install something called Blender MCP, so we're going to give that a shot. All right, so Blender MCP connects Blender to Claude. Excuse me. Jesus, is this a video? Okay. I don't really want Polyhaven. Maybe I do? I don't know. This formatting issue here. Connects Claude AI. Okay, it's just an add-on. Easy enough. So let's drop that in our resources folder for this year. Okay, Blender MCP. Go to Blender here. Let's open up a new scene. And we'll do. What's funny is if AIs get to the point where it could just interface with your desktop, all this stuff will go away. It won't be needed anymore. All the MCP stuff. The Owl in the Brush. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. We just took a break from doing a lot of book-related stuff. We're making a book in Unity. Spellbook. Hey, welcome. Welcome. But we're doing a little installation here right now. It's going well. How's your day going? Not too bad. I'm good. Oh, just pop my neck. Did that not install? It said it did. Is it called something different? Is it in the extensions thing? Where'd it go? Weird. Oh, what the hell? That should have worked. Maybe that's not the add-on. Maybe that's the MCP. So download and extract. Okay, I get it. There's probably another zip right in here. That looks like didn't realize this was Blender for a moment with the colors. I like switching it up. Keeps it fresh. Feels weird to look at other blenders now. With this website. I would just like to download it. Download the addon.py file. Gotcha. Right here. Okay. There we go. All right, so we got the MPC installed. Now we need to set this up on Cursor. Interesting. Do not proceed before installing UV. This is right there. So we did the add-on. How necessary is this right now? Damn. Sometimes things are like, oh, that'll be easy to add. It's just like, what a headache. All right. What's next for today? What is next? I do need to do some promotion, but it seems challenging. Let's take a look at Dara, see where he's at. All right, back into Unity for a little while. Loading, 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 loading. Always stuck on loading. Oh man, Unity takes so long to open sometimes. It is unreal. You know, life would be simpler if there was only one dominant engine in the world, game engine, and when everyone was just working on the same thing. Maybe one day Godot will be that, or some other open source software. Excuse me. But then all the glitches would be the same. You need some variety, some spice of life with my glitches. I'm just desperate to hear back from VR chat right now. I really hope they add me to freaking the marketplace soon, rather than later. Sooner rather than later. All right. Loading. You need a crazy resume for that. I just heard about that thing recently. I don't know. I don't know what to expect, to be honest. Certainly, having history of making avatars and putting them on VR chat and stuff, that would that would be probably the kind of people they're looking for, at least at the start. Um, so I think I'll be fine getting in. I have a pretty big library of characters on my account and then on online as well. So I think I had crossed over 200 custom avatars a while back. All right. So we got our lady here. She's looking good. I forgot why I opened this again. Oh yeah, Dara. Let's take a Bazongas. Bajinga. Ooh. All right. So I'm just updating my spot here. So we need to add our checklist. Our main thing is first to ensure breasts connect. Jabuba. Jabuba. Honestly, though, not 100% sold that that's the right method. See, that's the tough part about this character is that I keep coming back to it and I was like, is this the right way? I don't know. certainly a lot of little pieces to put together. Yeah. It's kind of confusing layout here. Why is things okay? You have told me that if it works, then it's good, although I'm still skeptical if I'm doing it the right way. Yes, technically there's no like perfect way. Certainly I am looking forward to there's a lot of development for these things called Gaussians or Gaussian splats or whatever. I'm not sure the pronunciation there, but they're a little bit nicer. They kind of reflect a little bit more of like how things actually work. There's certainly some wrong ways. It's fair. Uh, but I kind of look forward to an era where polygonal modeling is a thing of the past because it's not that it's imprecise. I actually think the issue is that it's too precise. It's inflexible. There's not a lot of ways to change things. You have to do things specific ways. You know, different ways to do things, but it's still a lot more required of it. Okay, so let's just continue building our to-do list. So really this is the main thing right now is how to breast on Abby. Because I built this whole additional section of mesh. But frankly, I don't think that's actually what I want to do. Because it's not gonna move well. It's not gonna move right. For instance, I don't know if you looked at what I posted the other day, but I use a decal and the shader alpha slider to achieve the effect. Is that the right way? IDK. For the gradient, you mean? Like the gradient you have there? Gradually change the texture in the shader. Gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, that's definitely good use of it. Still missing the horn. Horns. Missing those currently. Then we need to finalize blend shapes. Like in here. Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna go for it. And we're not gonna use these. We're gonna edit this mesh directly for it. Let's make a backup copy. Okay, and then here we're gonna find we want a good cross section of like 2, 3, 4. That's perfect. 2, 3, 4. Maybe a little bit more. Let's see. Okay, that's 4. That's probably okay. So that's 6, 3, 3. Then we'll go down 6, which would take us here. Duplicate that, separate it. Um, that still looks, oh my god. This is what I get stuck on every time I come back to this avatar. Okay. It'll just have to be a very strong morph. That's the only way. We already have this section here. So let's just continue it. I'm gonna extrude again, shrink down, or alternatively, is there a shrink wrap on this? I don't know, I'm not using rapid update, right? No. Oh my god, look at all those shape keys. Yeah. Yeah. That's what I gotta do. This has a mirror on it. No shape keys currently. Okay. I'll have to use new shape further. Actually, this better be set to restructure to use newer workflow. Yeah, actually, okay. Okay, good. This is the right way. Let's still take this for now, or we won't do that just yet. We want to extrude. It's gonna be a lot of geometry here. Yeah. Duplicate again, separate again, take on these, extrude. We're gonna then bevel. We're going to put our cursor right here. Take these, minus the edge. Oh, looks like we still have a back to this. And so basically everything by here, Shift Alt S. Around there. Odd looking, that's okay. Yeah. I regret deleting the ones at the start though. Okay. La, 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 la. So we're gonna have to use some geometry node magic for this. But as I understand it, we do have a solid. That's way too many subdivisions. Oh, this is the high poly. That's okay. Shrink wrap. Just need subdivision set to 1 for now. We can apply that, leave the mirror on. Go here. So I understand we do have the low poly body still. So we should be able to recover our UV maps just fine. Okay, so go here, take this, delete, take these, combine, tab, boom, boom, bridge, merge. Should be an equal loop count 16. Oh, I see. There's 6 here. So let's back up a little bit. Well, I can either do that, or I think I'd rather do that. Say space and relax. Combine bridge. Let's start with this section. All right, in order to change the mesh, I only have another hour, about another hour of streaming, by the way. But for Dara Breast, we already have the texture in a good spot. What we'll want to do is create a geonode to transfer positions between old and new geometry. And we'll actually just, what would be the word? Edit this completely. We'll edit this one pretty drastically to make sure everything fits nicely together. And we'll leave it there. That'll just be the way it is. Should I dissolve that one? No, we'll just merge these. Perhaps before that, we could try to make sure these line up a little bit better. And also, perhaps these need to go up a little bit more. And bridge. And sometimes what it decides to merge to just changes so drastically. Like that, bridge. This. So those aren't bad at all. Okay. Okay, let's look at the textures. That looks wild and incorrect, but expected. All right. Alrighty. So that's how we're going to do the breasts. I think what I'll also do is create a second UV map for the body, or an additional UV map. And we'll apply a higher resolution texture there on those areas, because it does start doing this. We get these pixelation there. Obviously, we don't want that, so try to avoid that. Now, I would prefer the male version to be the base model. So just because the bone structure and kind of the shoulders and the hips, all of those things were designed with the male version in mind initially. I think in the future, if I'm ever making like a male female slider, I will try to shoot for the most androgynous version first, because then I could go either direction. But starting on starting with just like one solidly masculine character and then trying to go to the other side, it's a little more tricky. So, but yeah, so what we'll do for the body is with geometry nodes, we can take two meshes, compare their UV maps, and then sample their actual positions through the UV maps. So what we'll be able to do is create a burp, a more a version that fits a little more. We'll be able to create the original version, recreate the original version, because we have other models that have that data. What we really need to do, though, at the moment, is adjust our setup so that all these morphs and stuff, all of those things are on the original character. This one doesn't even have the shape keys, does it? No. So I think I can go ahead and just get rid of all these modifiers. Most of them. No, actually, all of them except the triangulate. So, remove modifiers. Here, modifiers. Yep. And just want the triangulate again. I have that backed up in another file if I need to recover. This is our rig. This is the unity test, which I don't need to use that anymore. Our body has the low poly version here. They're sharing the mesh data, aren't they? Yes, they are. They're sharing the same mesh data, so I'll have to recover that one. Let's write that down. Say recover original low poly. That's why I make a million backups, because I break things. Breaking things is part of the job. I gotta take a picture of the. Yeah. So, unfortunately, this is the body mesh, which we messed up a little bit. So I'm going to delete this, save, go back to our other, actually, yeah, the cage is using the same version. I don't think I have any other backups yet. We'll have to go file, append. Really stuck on that location. Excuse me. Go into here, object, body. Now we've recovered the body, which is great, exceptional, powerful. Down here, I have all this stuff. I don't know why I have so much. Because all my low poly stuff is here in the same exact spots. Yeah, so we'll hide this. And pretty sure I can delete everything in here. Oh, that was stupid. Should be able to, let's say, save this. So we'll call this body. This actually should be the new body. But we'll call this body breast. Move that into our low poly collection. All this stuff we can delete. I do have it backed up. And we can even get rid of our collection exporter right now. Yeah, we'll just call this Silver Dragon. No, we'll just delete that too. And then here, our rig. Back to that. In the low poly body, what we want to do is call this body no breast. Okay. You're back to a sexy dragon. Hello, Popstar. Welcome back. Making a lot. Let's actually go a little easier now. It's so funny. So much of my workflow changed pretty much starting with this avatar. I was like, oh man, there's just certain tools I needed. I had to go make them. Now, what we're going to try to do. Already, I'm going to say it's a smash. Nice. Yeah, we are definitely going to get rid of almost all of this. I would rather make all of those with geometry nodes, all the shape keys, things like that. Actually, maybe I'll upgrade to the latest version of Blender tomorrow, because in the latest version of Blender, you can use geometry nodes and they have better controls of the normals. So you can make weighted normals a lot easier. That's what it needs to happen right here. Right here. Consider getting a Pinterest account. Is it worth it? Well, it's free, so I think it won't cost you anything. I certainly have stored a lot of reference images on Pinterest. It's great for collecting things. Um, the algorithm's not super great. It's okay. It's good actually, but can you keep up with the updates? No, don't change. Considering it for inspiration and guides and references. There are definitely a lot of good references and guides and stuff, but you'll have to kind of filter out a lot of garbage too. But it's with any social media nowadays. Hello, Gen Z Radio. Is Vulkan really being integrated? Yes, it is. I just saw an update in 4.5. It was like some comparison between load times, and it was like it was pretty significant. Because Google has too many AI generated images and it becomes unusable. There's certainly a lot of AI for certain things, but it's pretty easy to filter out on Pinterest, in my opinion. And Google's not very good for reference images in general because you just get so many ads and bullshit like that. So what we want to do is we want to first take altered version and recreate OG male version, but it'll have the extra geometry. Actually, first I would want to update the breast a bit. This is kind of my shortcut for giving more resolution to breasts, is you just bevel it. You could even bevel. It's a little too much resolution. Maybe we'll just stick with this. So we want to take this version we made, the breast version, duplicate it, and we'll send this duplicate to the low poly collection. Hide that. Excuse me. Then okay. Sorry, I just have to keep running through the game plan in my head, and I'm still a little unsure of exactly how it's going to come out, but should be okay. So, for the breast version, we want to take all this extra geometry we added and basically place it back in its original position. So let's go to geometry nodes. We'll do Dara, or is it Daro? Dara, yeah, Dara, breast, actually, silver dragon. Transfer position. Okay. So what we could do is sample the no breast version, say relative, and we want to set the position of our current version by taking this geometry and sample UV surface for its position, or this position. So we're taking the other geometry, we're looking at the UV space, and we're sampling it. And then this is coordinates to sample within the UV. So we also want to use position, but we want to use the attribute here, capturing the position again. No, not the position. It's named attribute, which in this case is the UV map. We sample that, and then that's what we use. Sample the position, then so we use the UV map position to sample the actual position of the other mesh, and then we set the position, and bada boom, look at that. Easy. So now our, oh no, I broke it. So never mind. Why did that break? Face corner. Kind of working. All right, let's check this UV map. That looks pretty good. This one looks pretty good. They look like they're pretty much exactly the same. They are exactly the same. All right. So maybe I need to split edges on this one. But this one. And that did work. So you can see between the two how much extra geometry we've now fit into that spot. And it's perfect. What Blender needs is a way to organize shape keys into folders, like similar to how bones work. Well, I'll have to go over this at some point, but you can store shape keys not as shape keys, but as attributes, like GeoNode attributes. And you can write a little script to take a shape key, convert it to an attribute, and the other way around. And you have to make a script for it, unfortunately. But I'll have to make a tutorial on that and maybe release this because it would save. It should be a standard feature, to be honest. Maybe it is in some of the newer versions, but I mean, shape keys are so fragile. So fragile. It's really frustrating. But if you turn it into an attribute, it's great because when you perform operations on your attributes, like you can apply modifiers, and then those shape keys get properly worked with. Scripts are too hard for dum-dums like me. Well, I'd probably make a tutorial or something because little YouTube short. It's not too bad. It's not too bad at all. I really need to split it though. Always so frustrating. Can I just split the seams? That would be better. Oh, doesn't matter. We'll just merge them, merge by distance, and then just turn down that merge distance a ton. And then shade smooth. I guess merging them is enough. This actually helps me because I have an OC. I've been wanting to make, and he's supposed to be able to change muscle size detail, and that could help tremendously. Well, good, good. Yeah, the shape keys are so useful in game, but I've always found that I've had to kind of work around them when in Blender because they're just so fragile. And it's like nothing is worse than losing all your shape keys and having to recreate them by hand. That sucks so much. But look, y'all, we now have the basis for our shape key. Blender's Dexmere is so fragile. It really is. It really, really is. I might have to do some experimenting with GeoNodes to see if I can give a test to this. Okay, heck yeah. Let me add what I just mentioned to my... I'm trying to make a queue for tutorials or YouTube shorts. How to store shapes as attributes. I can make a body type 1 mesh and see if I could change the shape with this type of node setup. There's a lot to be said for having a base avatar because I feel like many of the times now you can really just excuse me. A lot of the low level stuff really does stay the same between avatars. So if you can start with a really solid foundation and edit it to another version, that can save a lot of time. Not always. Usually characters do, at some point, you have to break away from the framework. But still. There's a hole in his butt. What the heck? All right. So we are going to apply this geometry node right after we rename it, which we'll call transfer or a set position via UV. Set position with sampled UV surface. Something like that. And then node group. Where's my group input? UV map. Object. So or no, that is object info, so we can't just do this. That's pretty much it. Okay, the reason I'm doing that is I want to apply this one. I can actually go ahead and just delete this one now. So body editing. The reason I keep putting it off is I have to find some way to make the endoskeleton change shape as well and have it add like additional muscles into it as it changes, and that's a whole setup. I have to do it underneath synthetic skin. Interesting. Well, you can always maybe make a shader too. Turn it into a shader. That way you could just swap textures instead of geometry. Let's add that mirror. Add that a weld. And we'll do the weld group. Turn up that distance a few. And this is the power of my rapid update, where I just go down here. Make an object. Body. And we'll just add in our poly. And I can just say update. It'll combine all those things. It's a very advanced FNAF OC based on the security breach area. Okay, heck yeah. Also add in, well, maybe the wings should be separate. All right. I'll have to head out in about 30 minutes. That'll be the end of the day. Ugh. But we're making pretty solid progress. I feel like I finally got past the big hurdle with this character, which is nice. Must be a few things that still have a little too much geometry, like the teeth in here, the tongue. I got stuff to do. Hopefully the live chat stays when this is a VOD, so I can grab that UV kit. Should always be uploaded to YouTube as well. So, yeah. Should always be a backup VOD on YouTube. I even stopped playing music on stream just to ensure that nothing was getting removed. Stay safe and have fun. Thank you, Popstar. Enjoy your day. We'll see you later. Bye, Popstar. Bye. All right, the teeth are ripe candidates for optimization because there's too much resolution in there. Oh, right, I was using my teeth generator. Wow, that takes me back. Excuse me. Yeah, we're gonna do that. That saves an ungodly amount of vertices. Look at that. Wow, that's a huge difference. Um, Ready? 70,000 right now. Let's rebake them, see how far it goes down. Oh, I clicked the wrong thing. Probably to 50,000. 63. Okay, well, not as much as I'd like, but still gives me a lot of room. Okay, we're also missing some toes. Did I only bake the single one? Yes. All right. That means I can do this. In the low poly, need to do an Alt D duplicate. So missing claws on the fingers too. Probably the same deal. Yeah. I hate that it doesn't zoom in on the. You know what? I'm actually just gonna adjust these. Go with that. Load in. There we go. Adjust some of the got some clipping here. There's a little hole in the head. Holy moly. What is happening there actually? Yeah. That was probably when I transferred everything. There must be a few spots that were actually a little messed up. Maybe I'll retransfer over the head. So let's take the head here. Do that. Go over to breast low poly. We got it there. Control L. Duplicate, separate, take the head, move to low poly, and reattach. Okay. Go easy on me, Pixie. I have so many hundreds of tabs. Some days I just speed run some of them as spring cleaning. There we go. Fix the holes in the head. Ugh. Gotta put medicine in your ears. Die. She wants to. I don't know what she's doing. Can you cut that out? Oh. Just relax. Just chill right here. I think she just wants to be pet. I love you. you go. Sorry, now you want to play? All right. Head fixed. This looks a little crunchy. Some spots. Right here. Just going to do a tiny amount of relaxing that wireframe. I will have to do that a different. We have to do this and just rebake it. Okay, we'll rebake that, so let's add that to our to-do list. Rebake textures with updated body. I hate shoulders. I can't get them right. When I try feminine, they either look dull or masculine. I can't tell if it's short shoulders, wide collarbone, or short collarbone, wide shoulders. I would recommend trying to find some good reference images and just basically trace your model on top of that. One trick I learned recently for shoulders, though, is so say you got a body. Say you got a body like this. Usually your boxes look like this. Like that. So just imagine this is the torso, and I want to extrude a shoulder. A lot of times I'd extrude it out and then make the like tube into the arm. But with shoulders, what you actually want to do is extrude it out and then extrude the bottom of this shape. That's something I learned recently. So, I don't think I did it on this character, but basically like this would be your arm, and then you just kind of manipulate all this into your shoulder. A little hard to see right now, but there, maybe that's clearer. And you got your staff, and that'd be your shoulder, because that gives you a lot more geometry, and then it also lets you, oops, it also lets make sure that there's nice little loops this way, and then when the shoulder lifts up, it's not like losing resolution. But generally, with shoulders, and masculine means bigger shoulders, feminine means smaller shoulders, and usually, everything's in relation to itself, like the kind of overall proportions of the character. Usually for feminine characters, you could shoot for having the shoulders and hips be the same width. A lot of masculine characters, the collarbones can play into it, but usually masculine characters, you have a triangle shape, and then with feminine characters, you have an hourglass shape. With it being squarish on the sides, which is why once I get back to doing my shape keys, you'll see I will actually make a shape key that brings out the hips like this. It's a little exaggerated. Well, maybe not, but yeah, whatever. Hopefully that helps a little. All right, so updated the low poly once again. Let's fix the head holes. And I'll probably end very soon, just a little bit. T minus 5 minutes for the end of stream. I gotta push you over a little. Sorry. Oh, that's so cute. Take a photo of this. So cute. Oh, that's adorable. Learned that too. One thing is, you see from the armpit, it's curved inward towards the throat. I've done the hourglass in many shapes, yet it's those shoulders that somehow make it masculine every time, no matter how thin I make the body. Excuse me. There was a book I came across recently. Free reference images. So these are like 3D scans, and they have some really good information. I'll drop that in there, chat. They have some good kind of up close images, so you can like get a little bit more detailed with your reference. And there was another book. Oh, please stop falling. Oh, hey, you gotta grab onto the chair, not me. Jeez. But there was a book called Anatomy for Sculptors, and this one's really cool. Um, they got an ebook for $40, but it gives you like a full breakdown of like everything's kind of really broken down in a super nice, elegant way. I'm probably gonna get this book at some point myself, but it really just makes a lot of things super clear. So I don't know if you'd be interested in that, but I'll go ahead and drop it in the chat as well, because I referenced some of those images recently, and I was like, this just makes so much sense. Reference is king. Reference is God. That's just, it's so worth putting in the time to get good reference, because why not? All right, 2:56 on my time. I think I'm going to end it here. I got to get ready to get in the car and drive for a little bit. But I will be back tomorrow. Glad to be getting time into Dara. I feel like we got past our main issue with the character, so I'm looking forward to finishing up all the additional features and the stuff. hopefully we'll be done with him in about 2 weeks, because I'm not going to be working on him every day, but well, we'll see. Something like that. Anyway, thank you all for hanging out. No Name, Arctic, Popstar, Al in the Bush, Gen Z Radio. Who else came by? Ray. Ben, if there's anyone out there that I haven't shouted out, thank you for hanging out. Thank you for coming back, checking out see what I'm up to. Hey, Nammers, you caught me right as I was. That is a-okay. That is a-okay. Thank you. Yeah, we're getting towards the end of I keep having to come back to Dara. We're getting towards the end. Working on them. Have a great night. Thank you, Nammers. I appreciate that. Thank you, Arctic. And I hope you all have a great one yourselves. And I'll be streaming the rest of the week, so I hope to catch you soon. Bye, everyone. Oh, Pixie says bye, too. Look, she says bye. 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 Oh. She's trying to bite my face. Good night, y'all.